issues. Now, as Bangladesh continues its economic rise, the relationship between the UK and Bangladesh will naturally evolve. We are, from the UK side, we are transitioning to a new forward-looking economic partnership that is based on our mutual interests. We will support Bangladesh through LDC graduation and towards upper middle income status, whilst building closer economic trade and investment ties between our two countries. The recently launched UK sort of development countries trading scheme will provide Bangladesh with continued tariff-free access to UK markets on everything but arms up until 2029. Even after this date, the DCTS will provide duty-free quota access on 98% of Bangladesh's exports to the UK, including ready-made garments. And we know that there are nascent sectors where we would like to see sort of much greater growth. In addition to the work that we are doing directly in the High Commission, British Investment International, which is our sort of essentially our sort of investment bank, has identified Bangladesh as a powerhouse market and plans to invest an additional $450 million in the private sector between 2022 and 2026. As part of this shift, last November, British Investment International invested $50 million with a local bank to help increase climate-related lending to boost mitigation projects across the country. We also have UK Export Finance, which is sort of that helps sort of UK exporters, has tripled its capacity for Bangladesh to 2.5 billion. This support will help UK exporters and Bangladeshi buyers access the finance that they need to do business together. From our High Commission in Dhaka, we will continue to work closely on building mutual prosperity and economic growth. We intend to focus our efforts on the following three areas going forward. The first is about providing tools to support improved economic policy making. The second is to build and develop sort of inclusive and resilient finance markets. And the third is to support regional integration between Bangladesh and its neighbours, particularly on sort of renewable energy resources. We look forward to working closely both with the Bangladesh government and our development partners to deliver these goals. We will be sure to take an evidence-based approach in all that we do, and we look forward to the proceedings that will be on for the next couple of days. Thank you very much. Good morning.
I'd like to invite Dr. Ahsan Manzoor to come to the podium.
Thank you. First, let me thank IGC and the UK Aid for organizing this event today. And the topic is certainly very relevant in today's Bangladesh. Bangladesh has been resilient all along, no question about it. It couldn't have come this far without being resilient. From the time Bangladesh got independence and the state of the economy at that time, a devastated country, we have come a long way. It is the resilience of the economy, people, and the society in general. The challenge is Bangladesh has also been resurgent, particularly since 1990s onward. That has been demonstrated in terms of the growth performance relative to our neighbors, relative to many other developing countries, certainly the LDC peer group. And if you say that Bangladesh graduating from LDC, yes, Bangladesh has always been an outlier. It's outperformed all other LDCs long time ago. We could have graduated probably as early as 2019 or 2017. But there was a political decision not to push that agenda and so on. And even now, there is a push to push it back a little bit because of certain advantages. So Bangladesh has done quite remarkable. And underlying that was the increased savings rate, investment rate, as well as macroeconomic stability underpinned by stable external sector performance and public finance. So all these things have been there. But certainly time changes, challenges change, and the economy is now passing through a turbulent period, I must say. Yes, it has started with the COVID-19 pandemic thing and Ukraine crisis, but to me, yes, that narrative is probably dated. It's no longer applicable to us. We need to find reasons for why we are losing our momentum, why we need to find new ways to be resurgent again. And the reasons are there. There is, of course, a political narrative, which is it's all external factor. World is challenging, world is difficult. Yes, all those things are accepted, but we have to live with that world. And we have to make our economy, our policy making in a way that overcomes those challenges, that helps overcome those challenges. So we have to identify what are the underlying problems that the economy needs to address. And since this is the group, IGC is looking for resurgence of growth dynamics in the country, I think we need to think it all together, what needs to be reinvented to rejuvenate the economy in its growth path again and achieve the politically set milestones like becoming high-income country. May not be 2041, maybe 2050, but we need to be in that path. So the issue is that what went wrong and what we need to do through research and through policy changes, also policy dialogue, to bring about the necessary changes there. For example, if we say why our external sector, which has been our strength, has become a little bit weaker now, and is that going to be weakened further? We cannot rule that out also. It's because our dependence on one product, that's certainly the product has done a fantastic job for us. It is unquestionably the leading force going to remain for another 10, 15 years. But it is RMG, it's one product. And remittances. In both areas, RMGs we have been doing with 40 years. We can reinvent a second RMG for us. And that's, so why couldn't we diversify ourselves? What are the problems there? We need to have a serious dialogue at the policy making level for that. Remittances. We have been sending a lot of people abroad. But have we improved the quality of the people, quality of the manpower that we are sending out? Have we increased the per capita remittance inflow? Just one comparison if I give you. Philippines versus Bangladesh. Philippines exported, there are 2 million Filipinos outside Philippines. They are sending money, $36 billion. The 10 billion to 12 million Bangladeshis outside, they are sending $20 billion. It speaks a volume. What is our average wage level for our average remitters and so on? So we also need to do better in skill development as a whole and particularly for the expatriate workers going abroad. Otherwise, this sending people is not going to solve the problem. And there is a limit that it can be absorbed outside. Secondly, we need to bring back the old issue of tax policy and tax reform issues, because tax to GDP ratio has been declining instead of increasing. Every 5-year plan, government is saying it's increasing from, say, if I take 6th 5-year plan, the first one of this government, it targeted from 11% to 14.5% of GDP. Sound very reasonable and all that. We didn't achieve that. Okay. Where do we stand now? We are at 7.3% after 10, 12 years. We have gone back 4 percentage points of GDP. Instead of gaining, maybe in 10 years, we could have got at least 5-6% plus side. We are on the negative side of 4.5%. So there is the, and this situation is also contributing to the, what you call, fiscal space has disappeared. Not only disappeared, what the government fails to understand is that we are funding, our deficit is higher than our ADP. What does it mean? Annual Development Plan. It means whatever we are investing is 100% borrowed, public investment I'm talking about, plus more borrowing. That means we are negative in savings, public sector saving is negative, and all investment is funded through borrowed resources. This is not a sustainable situation. In addition, we talk about expenditure on education, 1.8% of GDP, expenditure on public health, 0.7% of GDP. All numbers are pathetic. So you cannot become, I can say point blank, whatever good strategy we take, if the government expenditure cannot support social change, cannot provide infrastructure, cannot provide public health, cannot provide social security for the poor or masses, everybody, we cannot be a upper middle income, we cannot be a high income country. That's not possible, period. It's wishful thinking. So there is a fundamental reforms that are needed. I'll not go into that, but which needs to be re-emphasized, and the dialogue has to happen so that the government realizes that it's becoming, is unable to fund the budget. If you look at this year's budget, for example, so far they have been borrowing from external sources and the domestic banking system. Now the banking system and the financial sector is also in tatters. Financial system does not have the depth or the breadth, and it's shrinking relative to GDP. Shrinking. M2 over GDP has fallen. If you look at the banking sector's size over GDP has fallen, and the resources that the government can get from the scheduled banks is not there. So what happened? This year, the just completed fiscal year, for the first time, the government has borrowed almost 1 trillion taka from central bank, which is creating high power money. Next year, they have to borrow at least 1.25 trillion from the central bank. Please remember, in the last 50 years, they have not borrowed as much as they have borrowed in 1 year, which is last year. So, which way we are going? We need to think about those things, highlight those issues, bring attention to our policymakers that wishful thinking is one thing, but practical and rational policy making is the other dimension. Then comes the power. Power sector, of course, power sector government has done, I would say, in terms of supplying the power, they have done a good job. But cost issue, we have been telling it from 2014 onward that we have a problem of sustainability of the power supplies. And we faced that music this year, that the governments and the tariff rates have been skyrocketed. Bangladesh tariffs are now higher than global tariff structure. We used to have much lower, and we used to Power used to be one of our cheapest input and enhanced our competitiveness. Now power has become a drag on our competitiveness. And on top of that, we are only dependent on carbon-based power structure. That means renewables only 3%, which is not the way where we should have been. So we need to recalibrate this power sector strategy. That has been done. Like government is saying we want to be at 40% of power from renewables, but the 40%, from 3 to 40%, you need to change the whole incentive structure. You need to redirect the resources from fossil fuel based to the renewables. That has not yet happened. We are waiting. Then comes things like that we should not and must not forget is urban sector. We know the challenges of urban sector. We know that it is urbanization is what you call urbanization is the basic element of deriving demographic dividend, if you want to talk about it. So demographic changes are happening, but the urbanization is becoming chaotic. As a result, the productivity enhancement and things that we were supposed to get, we are not getting it. We have not planned for affordable housing. We have not planned for the infrastructures, sewer system, this system, that system. We are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. So the whole urban sector strategies, planning, investment, bringing the private sector, incentive structures needs to be thought through. Otherwise, talking about demographic dividend is not going to happen. There will be population, increase of labor force, but that will remain underutilized, productivity will be low, and you will not get that result. And finally, the climate change. That's a challenge and will remain a challenge. And we all know that Bangladesh is climate vulnerable and we need huge investment. Not only we have to work on mitigation side, but adaptation side also is very important for Bangladesh. And we have to think through how we can mobilize the resources along with private sector participation in those adaptation projects. Because it's easier to mobilize private sector resources for mitigation projects, but much difficult for adaptation projects. And you have to be creative. There are ways of doing it, but we have to think creatively, and the research agenda needs to be developed to help the government find out the ways of doing it. Thank you very much. I just wanted to share some thoughts based on today's topic. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Mansoor. Thank you, Jonathan, Shahid, and Duncan for your opening remarks. We will now go for a quick coffee break. We'll have to make it very quick because the next session will start at 11:15, so we will all be seated by then. So the 2 doors to my left, you can take them to take your coffee breaks. Thank you. Hoping to see you back again in the seats. Sit here and... Laura, can you hear me? Okay. All right.
For the next session, would it be possible for the volunteers to help with questions in the audience, just to pass the microphone around? Thank you so much.
So there's a Q&A.
Yes. Just quickly check because there should be.
Okay. Should I start calling people? হ্যাঁ পোডিয়ামে কথা বলবো এটা যদি ডিসকাস করে তারা মানে কোনো একটা I'd like to request the volunteers to escort our guests into the room, please. Volunteers, if you can hear me, can you please ask the guests to... Could you please help the guests to enter the room? We will shortly begin the next session. I'm requesting our esteemed guests to take their seat because we will shortly begin the next session. Volunteers, I request you to help our guests to show them... Yes, thank you. So hello everyone and welcome back again to the Resilient and Resurgent Bangladesh event of the IGC Research and Policy Conference 2023 in Bangladesh. I would like all the guests to take their seat so that we can begin the next session. So I'd like to invite in the stage Jonathan Leap, our Executive Director at the IGC, Dr. Masroor Riaz, the Chairman of Policy Exchange and Policy Advisor of IGC in Bangladesh, Mohsini Yasmin Ma'am, Executive Member, Bangladesh Investment Development Authority, BIDA, Barrister Nihat Kabir, President, Metropolitan Chamber, Commerce and Industry, and Duncan Overfield, Deputy Development Director of FCDO Bangladesh. Unfortunately, I'm told that Barrister Nihat Kabir is not able to join us for this session, but we will continue with this session. I'll now invite Jonathan to open the session that is on the future of work in Bangladesh. So a round of applause for Jonathan.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Aman. And welcome again, and in this instance now, to the first full session of the conference today. We're going to have a designated time towards the end of the session for questions from the audience. So as we go through the various interventions and the keynote first and the interventions, please do make a note of your questions so we can come back to you towards the end. I also invite you to join the online discussion by using the hashtag #ResilientBangladesh. As we've heard from the speakers in the opening session, Bangladesh has made remarkable progress in the past 2 decades. Poverty has fallen drastically, GDP per capita has increased significantly, electricity coverage is nearly universal, and the government and the people of Bangladesh have responded to a series of natural disasters, both with good planning and with great courage. But the country also faces challenges, and as some of the speakers have already emphasized, the export sector is narrow, and the economy itself risks being unidimensional with excessive dependence on a single sector. Remittances, which are another lifeline of the Bangladesh economy, are sent by millions of expatriate workers, many of whom work in unsafe conditions for low wages. As I talked about in the earlier session, to achieve the increases in productivity that are necessary to sustain the current growth trajectory, Bangladesh needs to invest in diversifying the economy and in skills development to support workers in moving into higher productivity occupations. Time is limited, since the substantial demographic dividend that Bangladesh is now enjoying will wind out over the next 2 decades, and the country needs to achieve its growth targets before then. This is why we're focusing in this session on good governance and on human capital investment. Good governance is essential to creating a healthy environment for investment, And human capital investment at all levels is needed to upskill the workforce and to prepare workers for higher productivity jobs. I'm delighted to be hosting a distinguished panel to discuss these issues, and let me introduce them to you briefly now. Our first contributor will be Mohsina Yasmin, who is the executive member of the Bangladesh Investment Development Authority. BIDA is leading the government's efforts to attract new investment to Bangladesh, which is an important point of our discussion today. Dr. Mohammed Yunus is a senior research fellow of the Bangladesh Institute of Development Studies, BIDS, which collaborates closely with government on multiple issues around development challenges and opportunities. Duncan Overfield, who I introduced in the previous session, is, as you know, Deputy Development Director of the FCDO, responsible both for the delivery of development programs here in Bangladesh, but also policy engagement on important transnational issues in Asia. Our keynote speaker who will launch the session is Dr. Masroor Reaz. He is chairman of Policy Exchange and a policy advisor of our IGC program here in Bangladesh. He's a prominent economist and public policy expert, and he'll be presenting his opening remarks. Let me hand over to you now, Mr.
Thank you, Jonathan. Distinguished panelists, IGC delegates, distinguished audience, Dr. Ahsan Mansoor, colleagues I can see from FCDO and many other dear faces, very good morning, Assalamu alaikum. poverty reduction, sustained economic growth, and social progress, Bangladesh created gainful employment, at least since the 80s, in a very steady manner until very recently. And as a result, you see, I mean, we are presenting a very recent sort of decade. Total number of employment rose almost 31% in the economy in the last about 14 years. And at the same time, the GDP, which was only about $44 billion 26 years ago, has exceeded $400 billion in the recent years. Now, at the same time, as you see, and I always like to flag this as Bangladesh's great achievement, because being in South Asia, this is really one of the most difficult achievements to secure, and Bangladesh did that, the women empowerment, where the country tops all its South Asian peers and many other peers in the Asian countries according to the World Economic Forum. Now, building on this triple dividend, where does Bangladesh want to be? And that's where we have to look at the grand vision of the Perspective Plan 2041. Now, that vision aspires to see a Bangladesh which is a developed or high-income Bangladesh, which would mean the per capita income will have to go above $12,000 from the current about 20 increase. And where is that income and income growth going to come from? That brings into the context the job agenda very strongly. But there are other areas as well. Investment, private investment to GDP, where Bangladesh has been sort of going through a stagnant phase. That needs to increase almost by 70 percentage points, from the current 21% to 36% of GDP. FDI 6 times, investments 13 times, exports 9 times. Now, this also have implication for jobs, both in terms of demand and supply. If we are to deliver those economic targets, Bangladesh will have to make sure the human capital that Jonathan mentioned is present to support that growth rate. But it also means if we can get to closer to those, as we edge closer to those targets, they are expected to create gainful employment, quality employment, if guided by the right policies and the governance. So, let's dig a bit deeper as to why this jobs agenda, it has always been important, but why is it ever more important today for Bangladesh? Again, I refer back to Jonathan's opening point, and I think Dr. Mansoor also alluded to that. Diversification. If you look at the RMG, ready-made garment, the principal export and principal manufacturing sector, but also the principal formal sector, which had the highest multiplier effect in terms of diffusing entrepreneurship capital and growth of other sector, its ability to create jobs is waning. The growth of RMG and the growth of employment created in RMG, they are having an increasing divergence. And the growth of RMG employment is slowing down significantly. Now, that would mean there will have to be other competitive, sustainable sector globally integrated, which will have to share the burden of RMG. But is Bangladesh doing good there? As Jonathan said, not really. The diversification remains elusive after at least good 2 decades of very heavy discussion on that. And of course, there has been government attention in the recent years as well, but despite all the debate, discussions, advocacy, Bangladesh remains, its economic base remains heavily concentrated into few sectors. We talk about RMG being 83, 84%. Just yesterday, I think the government released data as of last fiscal year, 94% coming from only 5 products, 94%. And if you look at new products exported to new markets, it's usually less than 1% last 10 years average. So that tells you that this diversification agenda, how it's struggling and how much of policy attention it's going to require, because without that, it's going to be very difficult for Bangladesh to get the necessary number and quality jobs that it requires. But there is another important factor too. Unemployment among youths, particularly educated youths, is on the rise. And that is, as far as a figure I have seen, Bangladesh perhaps has the highest number of unemployed among tertiary graduates in the entire South Asia. So not a great news for a country which certainly has a demographic dividend, but unless we address these policy issues and create the opening for such jobs to come in, the dividend might become a demographic liability. And that's how important the whole issue is. Going back to 2041, the aspirations of this grand vision, more than 1.9 million jobs every year, as envisaged until 2030. The first phase of this Vision 2041. The second phase, we see a slowdown of the jobs. Just about 1.38 million is the best case scenario that's envisaged. Not a great news. Because this demographic dividend, there are now divergent thoughts about how long it's going to last. Some are saying till 2070, but I think the shortest that we are hearing, it would still last till the mid-40s, 2040s, right? So that slowing down following 2030 is certainly not something desirable. There are structural challenges as well. As I said, overall pace of job, I mentioned RMG job creation is becoming slower. It's a subset of the overall employment growth. So according to the jobs diagnostic by the World Bank, the one released few years back, about 4 years back, the job creation growth has sort of decelerated from 3.1% to 1.8%. 3.1 between 2003 and 10, 1.8 after 2010. At the same time, the employment, much of them, the quality is highly questionable. Those who are non-waged often remain unpaid and without work, and those who are waged, vast numbers are without contracts, so the formality of the jobs. And very worrying, as I mentioned, the youth, the female labor participation, particularly in the urban areas, is also on a decline. And access to overseas jobs is not only costly, but it's complicated. So the structural challenges also make the jobs agenda, the policy focus, inevitable. But there are half-full glass elements as well, opportunities, which require Bangladesh to renew its debate, its discussions, its policy orientation towards job. There are two dominant global trends that's going to dominate the global economy for the coming decades: digital economy and the green growth. The digital economy, which is already growing at 2.5 times faster than the global GDP, it is expected that 70% of new economic value addition by 2030 will be coming from the digital economy. I mean, you may say it's not so new any longer because we have been living with IT, ICT, but this whole integrated approach of digital economy is settling in this region and also in Bangladesh. This has the potential to create between 20 to 50 million new employment, high quality and high income employment around the world. And Bangladesh, which provides the second largest pool of online workers, and has a supply of very vibrant young computer literate coders and other IT professionals. If Bangladesh doesn't get even 5% of that 20 or 50 million jobs, I think it will be very unfortunate. So that's where the opportunity is. Similarly, in the green economy, which is going to be 10% of global GDP by 2030, this is going to create, according to ILO, 24 million new jobs. Again, high quality, high income, new jobs by 2030. Being at the forefront of climate vulnerability, if a country like Bangladesh cannot take advantage of this $24 million and can generate even 5 to 1% of this new employment, that is going to be a big missed opportunity. So the Bangladesh's jobs agenda and the policy around that needs to take into consideration these global dominant trends which are going to dominate the economic value and opportunity creation. Now, can Bangladesh do it? Now we have seen the necessities, the priorities, the imperatives, also the opportunities. But can Bangladesh do it? How well are we positioned? There are certain factors that position Bangladesh very well. However, it's not going to be for granted that just because these factors position Bangladesh well, that Bangladesh will automatically reap the benefit. It will come down to the right and timely policies. But what are the facts that actually provide a sort of a tailwind to Bangladesh in terms of reaping the benefits? Long-term stable growth prospect. Of course, to that, the latest challenge is the ongoing macro sort of scenario, which I increasingly see as a breach to the greener side. The greener side is very much there, but if we can't cross this breach by managing the current macro, I think the other side will remain quite elusive. But in general, the long-term growth prospect remains solid, 7.1% between 2019 and 2030. And organizations like PwC sort of envisage Bangladesh will be 28th largest economy in the world. The consumption economy is expected to grow on the bank of Bangladesh becoming 9th largest consumer market in the world. This is both HSBC and Boston Consulting Group. And the structure of construct of our GDP was going to require a lot more investment orientation, and the consumption increase certainly can sort of help create quality jobs, particularly in the service sector, but also in new sort of manufacturing sector and so on. The demographic dividend that I refer to, what does it mean? 68%, more than 68% of the working age or population are working age. Median age of the population is 28 years old. That makes the country perfectly ready for investments such as market seeking, such as efficiency seeking, whereby the Japanese, the British, global investors could come take advantage of certain factors which are more efficient here or greater competitive advantage, and then sort of push back the sort of the productions into the global supply chain to the rest of the world. Bangladesh is also getting increasingly ready for digital orientation. And if you see 130 million internet subscribers, 75% mobile penetration, there is, Bangladesh probably now has the largest mobile financial service in the world, the bKash. The cash economy is only 15% cashless at the moment. So that tells you what the sort of growth opportunity is. The target itself is 90% by the next 2 decades. But at the same time, despite the productivity disadvantage, which is a real worry for Bangladesh, the productivity is quite low compared to our competitors, compared to what we need in order to break into global markets. But the good news on that, the Bangladesh still maintains certain cost advantage over its competitor or competitor economies. Now, this growth factors, the growth supporting factors, the factors that create the tailwind for Bangladesh, as I say, does it make it for, can it sort of make us complacent that Bangladesh will certainly and can certainly take advantage of this? Not necessarily. There are also shifting winds. So maybe I'll take 2 more minutes, so 4 minutes. The private sector, which has been the driver of the growth and also the driver of the job creation, 73 million total employment as of 2022, more than 90% of that is private sector. The private sector really led the whole sort of growth agenda by leading the poverty reduction sort of mechanisms, infrastructure development, wage increase, infrastructure, in social infrastructure in the recent days and so on. But this very private sector growth was enabled by 2 rounds of reforms, and I call them Reform 1.0 and 2.0 for Bangladesh. And the 1.0 was when Bangladesh moved towards the private sector oriented economy from nationalized nationalized enterprise system, and it sort of founded the seeds for the 3 important growth drivers: RMG, agri and agri supply chain, and the remittances, which in turn fuel the consumption and a big part of the service and manufacturing sector. In the 2.0, which came in the 2000s, mid-90s, 2000s, greater industrial connectivity, private participation in infrastructure, some new sectors coming up in a small scale, leather footwear, construction, agribusiness, and so on. Unfortunately, Bangladesh, I would think, never had a 3.0 because Bangladesh, on certain policy areas, is seeing regression in the past few years. On the tax areas, on trade liberalization, on FDI, there is a growing FDI lobby in at least certain sectors. So that's why I stopped at 2.0. It would have been lovely to have a 3.0, and which should have been there by now, but unfortunately we don't have that. Many factors constrain our private sector growth, investment policy and business regulation, but I think BIDA, where we have Ms. Mosina Yasmin from, is one agency which is trying its best, but this whole investment climate agenda is a cross-government agenda. And unless the entire or whole of government moves together, it's very difficult to make the improvements in timely manner. Governance, something Jonathan mentioned. I think one of the big constraints that Bangladesh's job drivers are facing, the private sector and beyond, is the regulatory governance, which involves, in my view, also the policy formulation, quality, responsiveness, and timeliness. If you look at the Institutional Quality Index, if you look at the World Bank's Worldwide Governance Indicator or efficiency of our government regulations, Bangladesh doesn't fare well. Bangladesh doesn't fare well in light of where it needs to be for its own priorities. Bangladesh doesn't fare well in comparison to other countries with whom we are competing in the global markets. Climate change, the 7th most vulnerable country in the world according to the climate index. 7 billion working hours are lost in Bangladesh every year just because of these heat-related issues. And last year, according to WHO, Bangladesh had more than 7 million climate-related unsettled population. So many of them have lost their jobs or earnings. And if right policies are not put in place by 2050, this is going to be more than 14 million climate refugees, if we may call them. And much of them are not going to have an earning through our stable jobs. And I mentioned about the ongoing macroeconomic issues. This is threatening one of the core foundations that is critical to provide the stability, the sort of impetus and the force for the growth drivers such as private sector to grow and continue to create the jobs. 3 issues particularly are worrisome. The balance of payment, where it's no longer only the current account is a worry, but also the financial account, I think almost for the first time, at least in last 10 or 15 years, and the financial sector's health, which has been already struggling to provide long-term finance or innovative finance. It's now under serious instability risk due to governance problem in the financial sector. The skills agenda is critical, but there are certain demand and supply side sectors which are constraining seriously the skills growth. And it involves lack of information or understanding about current or future skills gap on the supply side, good understanding of skills demand, weak industry and skills development partnership, lack of interest, surprisingly, still persists within the private sector to invest into skills and for on-the-job training. Things like that are, constraining the jobs readiness, employability of this huge number of talented youth which are coming to the market. Our trade procedures are complex. If you see our comparison of how, because much of our private sector led growth was fueled by the power of global markets. And that will have to remain the case. While the domestic economy, consumption economy is expected to grow, the power of global markets will be required for Bangladesh to move this large economy, the requirement of this large workforce and the population. But we don't fare well, and the problems are both in trade policy and trade facilitation. Bangladesh still has the most conservative tariff regime in South Asia, and perhaps one of the most conservative one in Asia. Trade facilitation, ports and a port-led integrated efficient logistics sort of system and border clearance is something we need to invest heavily. As I said, digital economy is going to be important, but I think we overall lack priority on service export being an important part of our export strategy, constraining digital economy. Key policy priorities, so this will be my last slide. I have two more, but I think I can finish on this. So first and foremost, we have to position Bangladesh in light of the shifting trends in the global markets, in global supply chain. What got us here may not get us where we need to be, right? So there are shifting trends which may cause issues. Jonathan will talk about LDCs during the moderation, but there are opportunities too. There are supply chain shifts happening. I mean, China is at the center of that, but there are more to that. Can Bangladesh take advantage of that, which can create the jobs that Bangladesh needs? As I said, we really need to cross the bridge of the current macro situation, and that requires bold reforms, particularly in banking governance, in tax policies, as well as in foreign exchange management, because that may destabilize what is very much a plausible journey towards the upper middle income Bangladesh. We have to sort of go for greater global cooperation. Bangladesh's investment policies and trade policies are not integrated. Vietnam is a great example, which used global integration through FTAs, preferential trade agreements, or overall sort of trade arrangements with regions, with countries, which is now fueling its export-led growth. And exports, the country had similar exports to Bangladesh just 22, 23 years ago, and now they're exporting more than $300 billion, and we're still at 55. Dr. Mansoor mentioned private funding. So public funding into sort of creating the growth supporting infrastructure, including in climate change and skills, is no longer plausible to the extent that the requirement says. We will have to crowd in private investment, and public-private partnership and private participation in non-traditional areas such as skills delivery, such as mitigation certainly, but also adaptation, which have possibility of returnable investment, need to be explored very strongly. And very recently, you may have heard Japanese Prime Minister Kishida talking in Delhi together with Narendra Modi about a supply chain based on Bangladesh's Matarbari infrastructure cluster, and then developing an economic corridors connecting to India's northeast side. So regional integration opportunities such as these, or the Bay of Bengal initiative, the Japanese initiative for Asia. Of course, we are already part of the Belt and Road initiative. There are Indo-Pacific economic strategy that's coming as well. Bangladesh will have to gradually and increasingly explore Bangladesh's opportunities through these regional supply chain objectives. And that will create Bangladesh's sort of enabling windows, the window of opportunities to bring in the necessary impetus, the forces, the factors, and the economic opportunities that will help create this quality and the number of jobs that Bangladesh will need to become an upper middle income and then gradually a high income country. So thank you very much, and thank you for the extra few minutes. So thank you very much.
Is this on? Okay. Could we put the last slide back on? I just think it's a useful memoir to have as we go into the discussion. Okay,
so whoever is controlling the laptop, can you put the presentation back up on the screen?
Just the final slide that was shown. Anyway, Mansoor, thanks very much for a sort of, I think, very clear, very compelling assessment of the challenges that Bangladesh faces, but also the opportunities here and the need to navigate a whole set of constraints as we go forward, but with some very promising opportunities as well. Now, in order to make sure we have some time for questions towards the end of the discussion, I'm going to call on our three panelists, but I'd ask you to keep your remarks to about 5 minutes, if that's okay, so that we then have time to open up to questions. Please do make a note of questions that you have already based on Mansoor's presentation. What I'm going to do is cover three general areas. I want to go first to Mohsin Yasmin to talk about some of the challenges around investment and attracting investment. Then I want to go to Duncan to talk about the challenges around skill development and human capital investment. And then to Dr. Mohammed Yunus to talk about some of the governance issues which Measure has flagged. So let me start. I'll try to get the distance for the mic, right?
Everyone should just hold their mics a bit closer.
A bit closer, okay. So if we can just use the mics in front of you and hold them a bit closer to your mouth than I was doing. So let's start with the investment question, and Mohsin Yasmin, if I can come to you. Clearly there's a global transformation underway in terms of global value chains, and multinationals are diversifying both to increase resilience, particularly after the experience in the pandemic, but also to reduce dependency on China. Is it possible that Bangladesh can take advantage of this opportunity to become one of the investment destinations for multinationals? And could you give us your assessment of what the challenges are around ease of setup, availability of suppliers, and contract enforcement, and what measures you and others are working on to try to improve in these areas?
Thank you very much. So everybody has been listened to the presentation Masurias has given, and he has tell about the opportunities, challenges in Bangladesh, and the specifications you have asked. The recently one in our we are going to in a OSS system. So every day I can see the trend of the investment, foreign investment coming in Bangladesh as well as the local investment. So this year we are, last year and this year we are seeing that the investment, proposed investments are increasing. And so this shows that we are a good destination for investment. The investments are coming from China and in other areas as well. So this increasing trend shows that the foreign investors as well as Bangladeshi investors are coming back after the COVID situation. So last year and this year, last year we get 1.16 billion proposed investment in Bangladesh. In this case, China and two other countries, US and UK, are the highest three countries for the investment in Bangladesh. So these increasing trends shows that we are very good, we are a potential destination for investment, foreign investment and local investment. This year we are also seeing that it is a growing trend, and the World Investment Report 2023 has shown that we get 3.48 something billion investment. This is the second highest investment in Bangladesh. So this number shows that we are potential destinations. People are coming to our countries. And recently from BIDA, our chairman has made many investors, foreign investors, and they shows their interest in Bangladesh. And currently we are working with 4 or 5 investors who are actively considering Bangladesh for a joint ventures with our local investors. So these are very good investors, and these are diversified products like molding, solar panels. So I think the big investors are coming to Bangladesh in the context of Russia, you can work. So I think we will be doing good in the coming years. And for challenges, we have challenges. For these challenges, one of the is the cost of doing business is high, processes are high. So BIDA has launched a completely online system. It is an end-to-end system. We take applications and we process the applications, we take the fees and give the license completely online. It has been launched in 2019. After launching, we have given 100,000 plus services to the investors. And we give these services within the 95% SLA, meaning that the services we have to give we give the time, we give these services timely. So this is a process. I think the businesses will be easy for the businessmen. They will save their time, money, and they don't have to visit BIDA. So we have launched a IRMS system. It is an investment relationship management system. The investors from abroad and home, they can connect to us online so that they can give their suggestions, or if they have any queries, they can give these queries in this online system so that they don't have to come to us. They can suggest how to make the business process easy. We will take their suggestions and comments and act accordingly. And we are arranging summits. Last year, in 2021, we have arranged the 20th International Summit. I think the investments coming, increase the investments coming are the raisers of this summit, because after 2021, in the COVID time, our investment amount has been lower, going down. But after this 2021 summit, and we have a summit with international women's entrepreneurs in last year, and we have partnered with ABCCI this year. So these summits are giving, making Bangladesh a platform to show their opportunities and how we are doing in Bangladesh, our challenges as well. But we are working on the challenges. As you know, the Ease of Doing Business of World Bank program, it has been suspended. For before suspension, we have jumped from 176 to 168, and we were working with the reform programs. We have done 48 reforms in that period, but the last one report has not been published. We are expecting that we have a great jump on that report, but unfortunately the report has not been published. After that, our government thinks that we will continue the reform initiatives. So from BIDA, we have launched a program. We have framed a program. It is called Bangladesh Investment Climate Improvement Program. So it has been launched this year. We are working on it. There are 7 pillars for the business initiatives or organizations. Under these pillars, we are working with the relevant government stakeholders and private stakeholders to make reforms for making the doing business easy. That's one thing. And another thing, the government has formed committees under the divisional commissioner, district commissioner, and Upazila Nirbahi officer to boost the investment in the grassroots level. So these committees are working for the investors. The investors can go to them about if they face any challenges in the grassroots levels, they can go to these committees and give their suggestions or their challenges, so that the commissioners and the administration can come to the ministry with their problems and so that we can solve them. What we are doing, there is an aftercare service. We have made it active. Our aftercare service is always working with the investors. We listen to them if they face any problem. We hear their problem and try to solve that problems. It is working on that. We have we are doing that for the existing investments. We are trying to take their biannually, we are taking their suggestions or their complaints or their challenges so that we can solve their challenges readily. So this has been started from this year. We are doing that so that they can continuously give us their, let us inform that what challenges they are facing so that we can solve that. Another thing, we are partnering with our development partners like Swiss Contact. They are measuring the municipality competitiveness index. So we are working with them so that we can go to the municipalities and show how competitive our municipalities are. And we will do this under our Bangladesh Investment Climate Improvement Program. We are jointly make surveys and work for seeing that what business competitiveness are there in the grassroots level as well in the national level. We are partnering with the ILO. They are helping us to popularize our OSS system, because many people are not known. Even I think the audience here, they don't know that BIDA has a very smart, very active OSS system for the investors. So ILO is supporting us to popularize our OSS system. Another thing we are doing that, IFC is supporting us. We are working jointly to attract foreign and local investment in the blue economy sectors. It is a vast sector, and it is mainly it is unexplored. So we are working with them so that we can make a strategy to attract the foreign and local investments in these sectors. And we are also working with the under PMO to attract and promote investment in logistics sector. We are heading one of the subcommittee to give the suggestions to how to attract for investment in the logistics sectors. We are also trying to make a strategy for branding Bangladesh for smooth transitions from the LDC status. We are all working on that. If we can do that, I think we can showcase Bangladesh as a very potential investment destinations to the foreign investors as well as the local investors. These are the things we are doing from Bangladesh to overcome the challenges of the investments and to facilitate the investment in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's clear that to drive the rise in productive jobs that we need in Bangladesh, we need to think both about the demand for skills, which you've helped to lay out, and how important investment is in driving that demand. But we also need to think about the supply of skills. So I'd like to now turn to Duncan Oldfield to think about that issue. So clearly a key driver of increases in productivity and to exploiting fully the resources and investment that Bangladesh has is it's necessary to have an increasingly skilled workforce. So I wonder if you could tell us what strategies you think will be most effective in Bangladesh for investing in human capital and more broadly upskilling the labor force.
Great. Thank you very much, and thanks, Mazura. Thanks, Christina, for the great comments as well. Yeah, I mean, just a little bit about context. I'll be quite brief. I mean, just in terms of where Bangladesh at the moment, according to the 2020 sort of Human Capital Index, a child born in Bangladesh today will be about half as productive as she or he could have been if they'd had complete education and full health services. That's quite stark. It shows how important that is. So despite the tremendous gains that Bangladesh has made across all these areas, it quite clearly shows what the level of sort of untapped potential is and sort of the challenges that come with that. Bangladesh is actually quite well placed in terms of its human capital score, 0.46. It's higher than the average for South Asia, but it's considerably lower than countries that we'd probably look to as sort of like wanting to gain experience. Vietnam, 0.73, Malaysia, 0.63. It just sort of highlights the importance of the renewed efforts that are going to be required to get human capital to the level that it needs to be to compete with those countries. COVID-19 has clearly had quite a detrimental impact on human capital accumulation, direct route, sort of like children being out of school for long periods of time, but also through the sort of the indirect negative impact that it's had, particularly on female employment. So the challenge of addressing this is twofold. Have to recapture the gains lost from COVID and charting a path towards upper middle income status, and catch up on education in particular is very, very important. And have to say, we have to prepare human capital for higher productivity work and sort of greater economic complexity. And what does this actually really mean in terms of strategy? I mean, the first thing perhaps to pull out is that it's absolutely critical to take a life cycle approach to human capital. That means starting from very early years with children, where there are benefits from addressing health and nutrition needs very early on, and following through all the way to primary and secondary level education, which requires tackling challenges such as childcare and early marriage. It's probably worth noting in terms of the evidence areas around these. So there's very, very strong evidence on sort of the productivity enhancing impacts of quality primary and secondary education. It's quite interesting that the evidence on sort of broad scaled up sort of vocational education is not actually very strong, and there are issues there probably about targeting and how closely linked that is to the needs of individual enterprises. I'll come back to that in a second. Second area that I mentioned in my opening remarks about domestic resources. The overall level of tax take and the domestic resources that go into education are very, very low. It's obviously spending on education is constrained by the budget, but it's also seen a declining share in terms of its allocation over the last few years. That's fallen from 21% of the budget in 2010 down to just 11% in 2021. Yeah, so that's obviously there not just issues to do with general tax tech, but there are also very big allocative discussions going on amongst policymakers. So it's quite clear that tax reforms are needed to increase domestic resource mobilisation, and there are also issues around around allocation. Third area, attracting foreign direct investment, spillover effects of FDI are well noted. The evidence is very strong on these. It's not just about the investment coming in, it's the technology and the knowledge spillovers that come with that, absolutely quite critical. They will very much contribute to upskilling working. But I think there's quite a bit of area around this as well. The other area where there's very strong evidence is around productivity and how well managed enterprises and firms are, and the bit of sort of greater focus on corporate governance and how firms are managed, probably very, very critical as well in terms of sort of reaching the levels to which Bangladesh needs to get to support its journey through beyond sort of upper middle income level and up to high income levels. And then perhaps the last area I'll just mention is just resilience to natural disaster. In future, climate change, extreme weather events, environmental degradation, they're all going to be big threats to human capital formation and retention. I think that there are already sort of like considerable losses from that, and they're only sort of set to increase. So investment in these areas absolutely critical. Yeah, I could go on, but I'm going to stop right now. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Duncan. So let me turn now to Dr. Mohammed Yunus at BIDS and ask you a question about governance. So we know from the 5-year plan that the government recognizes that governance and institutional structures in low and middle income countries, such as Bangladesh today, are really dramatically different from those in high income countries where Bangladesh wants to be by 2041. So to achieve this transformation in governance and institutional structures, Bangladesh will need to improve governance in multiple aspects. One of those is local level governance. Another is effective and accountable banking sector and capital markets. Another is sound economic and business environment, and yet another is technology transfer and market access through FDI. I wonder if you could set out for us what specific reforms you think are needed in governance in order to maintain that, to engineer that transition here in Bangladesh.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, Bangladesh from basket case to development surprise, and we talked about the governance structure, which to me and to many of us is still a debatable issue about its scope of governance, how to define it, where to start and where to end it. Well, let me be specific. Yeah, the governance, I'm not going into that debate. Different people define it differently, the governance. For local level government, I was fortunate to work with some of the issues about the rural local government issues and urban local government issues, and I found that these are perennially dependent on the grants from the local development ministry, local government ministry for grants, and hardly has any aspiration on effort to mobilize resources from their own sources. This is grossly missing, and in the disbursement of resources, especially in urban local government, in municipalities, we have 3 types of municipality, A, B, C, and category, and government, instead of looking into the specific needs of the specific municipality, just channel take alpha amount of resources to that ministry. So there has to be serious assessment of the revenue potential of those local government entities and their expenditure needs. Not they are need equal amount of revenue from the central government, and not all of them are equally capable of generating their own resources. This is one thing. And in most of the cases, even in Dhaka City Corporation, you see there is egregious evasion and avoidance of holding taxes. This is untapped potential. This needs to be, there has to be rules and regulation to assess the right amount of holding tax that is due on the holding owner on their structures and land. Then that will ease the burden, because in one of my work, I estimated that the holding tax that is only 13% of the potential is currently tapped, the 87% is remaining untapped. So if that is, say, that potential is realized, then I believe a huge burden on the part of the central government will be relieved. So this is one thing. On the, you see, the government Bangladesh is a really peculiar case. Despite bad governance, the way we defined it, let's stick that, our governance structure poor. There are sectors which is thriving, the RMG, and another sector, say energy, which is suffering. So I don't know. We have many good rules. The first thing is that I don't know whether we are implementing those existing rules instead of creating new rules and regulations. We need a clear soul searching whether the existing rules are enough to give us a certain mileage. If need be, then the issue of new rules comes. On the capital market, let me give you one just anecdotal examples. The very literate person, it is a sophisticated market. You're doing business in capital market, in trading short and long, you need to have certain financial knowledge. And in my country, surprisingly, everybody wants to invest, take 1 cent, 2 cents, take 1 dime, 2 dime pay in the market, instead of knowing how it operates, what are the knowledge I need to know as an investor. Otherwise, downright I will lose the money. So there is a gross lacking of financial knowledge about the market operates. I don't know how to do that. This needs to be, otherwise we'll see insider trading, we'll see market manipulation, and even without market manipulation, I lose and I'll blame. So this needs to, so another kind of reform we need in that. And on skill upgradation to cope up with the new challenges as Masroor presented, yes, we are in a shifting trend. We need new challenge. BID has conducted a series of studies on the skill gap and skill mismatch, as long as 10 studies, I believe my colleagues are here. And we found that our education system does not cater to the needs of the entrepreneurs. We are a graduate with a postgrad degree from the local university, but the employers say, you don't know what I'm looking for. Then they need upscaling training or those kind of things. And it's a shame that about 78% of our graduates from the national university remain unemployed. Unemployed in the sense that they are not getting their desired job. I'm not saying they're unemployed in the ILO definition of true sense that they are not working at all. They are working, but they are not finding their desired job given their education level. So this needs to be corrected. We need the education, but we need high quality education. Otherwise, as Masroor says, this demographic, first demographic dividend we are deriving, the second, third, if we want to derive, we need a skill. Without a skill, this will become a liability in 20 years' time. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. I'd now like to open the floor up to questions from the audience. We've heard not only a range of issues raised by the keynote speaker, where I think it would be useful to come back, but then some very important contributions from Sina around the investment challenges and what BIDA is doing to meet those. Duncan around the skill challenges in the sort of 5 different areas which he thinks really require sharp focus. And then now from Dr. Yunus around governance and the challenges at local level, but also financial sector and skill development and other areas as well. So really all of that's fair game. We have roving microphones, so if you could raise your hand if you have a question, and then people will bring the microphone to you. So Nikita, I think there's someone there. Anyone? Okay, there's another question here just to get microphones on their way. And when you ask a question, can I ask you 2 things? First, if you could say who you are and if you have a relevant affiliation. And then second, if you could keep your questions short and make them questions, not statements.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Zahir. I work at the Youth Policy Forum and I'm a student at Columbia. So there's some really great remarks here, and some divergent opinions. On one hand, we're seeing a need for high skills. On the other, high participation in high value chains. And this is a chicken and an egg problem because the government will say, we need the investment first to come in and then high skills and vice versa. So my question is, how do we facilitate the collective action here? What vehicles can we use? Is it the PPP? Is it summits like this? Or is the civil society supposed to push these divergent actors to come and agree on the steps ahead? Because right now we're seeing different actions being taken for the same purpose. Dr. Yunus sir mentioned, for example, graduates coming but not having available jobs, which is a big issue for us young people. Dr. Riaz saying, for example, the issue of value chains and so on. So where's the vehicle for dialogue here to come together, and how do we monitor this progress?
Great, thanks very much. Well, let's, Masroor, if I could come first to you, and then I'll invite other panelists to add anything if they would like. Let's try to keep it. Do you have a microphone? No. Let's try to keep the responses.
Yeah. No, thank you. I think an excellent point. You very rightly identify much of these problems, challenges, and the sort of potential policy actions are going to require a public-private collaboration. Because as we have all sort of discussed, the principal route or means towards creation of quality and number of jobs necessary in a sustained manner will have to be primarily a private sector-led agenda, right? So the policies will come from the government, but the policies will be lived by the private sector and the beneficiaries, employees, citizens, and others. So there is no alternative to public-private dialogue. Now, it is true, it is quite weak in Bangladesh. It is rather new in Bangladesh. I think the first formal public-private dialogue in Bangladesh started in 2007, and then it sort of went through different phases. There are certain vehicles already in place. So the Bangladesh Investment Climate Improvement Program that Ms. Mohsina Yasmin referred to, which is now the country's national investment climate program, as I was involved in the design of that, and I know there are very specific 3-layer institutional frameworks at the political level, at the top civil service level, and then the execution level. But in each layer, there is private sector represented. So a good window, but again, very recent. There is a private sector-led initiative, business initiative leading development, led by top 3 chambers of the country, which brought in the government into 6 or maybe 7 working groups on important themes. Now, these are good start, important example, but there need to be more mainstream, mainstream as well as comprehensive public-private dialogue. Government, all the ministers, the private sector, the foreign investors regularly in one room. Malaysia, it's called Parmuda. Mahathir Mohamad introduced that. Every 3 months, the head of the government, the prime minister, the relevant minister, the private sector, they're literally locked into a room for 8 hours, 3 days in a row, every 3 months. And they discuss every sort of detail, nitty-gritty, the priorities and so on. So we will need that. I think there are great start, but we need to go far away, but it's inevitable public-private dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Masroor. In fact, instead of going to the rest of the panelists, I think I'll go to another question just to give the audience a chance for a bit broader discussion. So who is next? To someone else? Okay, yeah, please. If you can stand up, a microphone will make its way to you.
Thank you. I'm Nishat. I'm a predoctoral fellow at the Columbia University. So my question is related to cheap labor in association to private investment. So, you know, like in the garments industry, like when we try to work, like workers, working condition and all, we sort of experience reluctancy or avoidance to improve working conditions. So because they try to avoid an increase of salary at the worker end. So my question is to Yasmin ma'am, like what do you think, like when you talk about investment, policy reform policy reform related to investment climate, how this is going to help worker conditions, at the garment sector?
Sorry, it was a little bit hard to hear you up here on the panel, and it's a question for you. Lucy, could you repeat your questions and then she can answer?
Yeah, definitely. So my question is related to cheap labor and in association with in private investment. So when, like from my practical experiences, I see avoidance or reluctance from the garment sector to increase labor wages or, like pay proper salary to meet the living cost and all. So when you talk about investment climate and policy reform related to this agenda, so what areas you are considering to improve like worker conditions in general?
Anybody comes to us about this problem, that they are facing these problems, so we can address with the relative stakeholders. So thus far, nobody has come to us about this issue that the salary is going to be lower in the garments industry. So if anybody comes to us, we are very open. If this issue comes to us, we will take it to the relative concerned regulator to make to make reforms in this area. That's what I can say. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Can I also hand over to Duncan, who has a few comments?
Thank you for the question. I just wanted to add a little bit about this. Yeah, I think in all the developments that we've seen in Bangladesh, particularly around the ready-made garments industry, so the very deep response that came from the private sector following the Rana Plaza disaster is actually truly inspirational. It really shows how much can change in a relatively short period of time, and so that Bangladesh is now seen as sort of a really, really good leading example of workplace safety, of broader issues to do with sort of scaling up of labour. But I think that there is sort of a little bit of a dragging area to do with labour relations in Bangladesh, and I think it's a very important international representation, sort of reputational risk as well, that I think Bangladesh probably does need to invest some time and some policy sort of in those areas, sort of and not to leave this very on. It goes well beyond sort of the RMG sector, but it is something that investors look at very closely, and it's something that consumers in the West in particular regard as really important as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Duncan. Good. Could I take another question? Okay, so here in the left-hand side for me.
Thank you. My name is Muzammil Haq. I'm working with BREC Ultra Pro Graduation Program. As we see, sometimes our GDP growth is growing slow down because of climate change. Around 0.5 GDP is bad.
We can hear you.
Hello. Around 0.5% GDP is growing slow down due to the climate change. As my question is how private sector decarbonizing by their operation plans, and how government and implementing the plan to attract the foreign investment in our country, and is there any implementing plan how the decarbonization implementation plan is equivalent to our impacting the GDP? Is it clear to you? My question is, Dr. Mansoor, sir.
I'll be happy to respond, but I think part of it will have to also come from government. As you also asked, how FDI or investment plans are, if I understood correctly.
Yes, it's also related to both of you because of how decarbonization plan our direct attract our foreign investment plan in our countries.
Okay, good, very good question.
Thank you.
Here's my thought. You see, Bangladesh is going through a transition in terms of climate change orientation. Until very recently, and I hope most of you will agree with me who follow that, until very recently, and I think it's still not fully over, the climate change was only being seen from a risk factor. You know, all the losses, all the affected sort of, truly there will be losses and adverse effects and so on. The upside, the half full glass side of it, which is the opportunity that also climate change presents in the form of green growth, is very recent. And I think there is very limited awareness yet, both on the government and on private sector side, how Bangladesh can really take advantage of these opportunities created by green economy, green growth, which addresses climate change, but in the process creates economic opportunity. So number one, I think constraint or where we stay, where we are standing at the moment is the limited awareness as to how we sort of convert, turn the table and convert the risk into sort of opportunities. That's one. That said, I think the rest of the world, or many regions in the world, are clearly demonstrating how you sort of bring in the climate change and the private investment agenda, both through mitigation and adaptation. Now, in my view, the first move in Bangladesh is going to be in the export-oriented sector, particularly RMG, but all our export-oriented sector, because of global regulations, European Union particularly. So Germany is leading the way. They have enacted the Responsible Supply Chain Act last year. This comes into enforcement this year. Now, Germany is second largest buyer of Bangladesh's ready-made garments after United States as a single country. In the EU, it is the largest buyer for Bangladesh. Now, as soon as this Supply Chain Act comes into enforcement, the exporters from Bangladesh and elsewhere will have to enforce that what we call ESG, the environmental, social, and other governance elements are all ensured in every sort of part of the value chain, including what gets done in Bangladesh, without which the importers in Germany are not going to be able or will be willing to import because they face punitive actions over there. UK is following suit through responsible, I think, fashion for the fashion sector. Germany, it's everything. New York State has gone through a fashion law which is going to demand that, and then the EU itself is moving into mandatory circular economy requirements. So this is going to come first on the export sector, but in order to mainstream that, sort of expand that everywhere, I think this global sort of regulation, greater sort of conscience among the consumers, and also rising awareness in Bangladesh, which is still limited, but I expect that to rise, is going to get the rest of the economy to gradually adopt green growth mechanisms into either their products or in their production or service delivery methods. Thank you.
I think you have said the issues, but what we have to do, if these are the regulatory requirements from the importers, so we have to go by their rules and regulations. So without that, we cannot invest. So we have to follow the rules and regulations of the importers, how they want to be compliant to be, and we, from the government side, we are trying to do those things that we are now, the government is trying to make it mandatory that the certifications, testings, laboratories set to these laboratories in Bangladesh so that we can produce the products in a environment-friendly way. So government is with the regulations always, and Bangladesh is always with these issues that we are the victim of the environment pollution. So government is trying, but there are challenges. As I said, as a least development country, we need investment. We cannot go 100% with these regulations, but the government is trying and is coming forward with the compliance issues of environment sectors. Thank you very much.
I forgot to mention a very sort of interesting number. IFC of the World Bank Group conducted a global study in 2019, including on Bangladesh, on climate investment opportunities. The Bangladesh has astounding $172 billion climate or green investment opportunity just between 2019 and 2030. Green building, green transportation, climate smart agriculture, climate smart manufacturing, greening the sort of existing growth process. The $172 billion is the market in Bangladesh.
Right. Thanks very much, Wazir. I'm afraid we have to end the discussion now because we've already taken 10 minutes of your lunchtime. So let me just very, very quickly sum up what I think has been a really productive session here. I think what we've heard is that there are enormous challenges in terms of guiding a path towards more productive jobs in sufficient numbers and the sufficiently high rates of growth. And those challenges range across a number of areas, across governance, and Dr. Yunus has highlighted some of those issues, particularly around skill development, and Duncan has really highlighted just how cross-cutting that issue is, that we need to think not only about skills policy directly, but also about the fiscal situation and about FDI and the spillover effects and so forth. And then we also need to think about the whole climate for foreign direct investment, both the regulatory environment, but also other enabling factors. But as Mazroor started off with in his presentation, there are also enormous opportunities, and two of those are around the digital economy and building on that, and then as we were just hearing, thanks to the last questioner, around the opportunities that are presented by green growth and the development of the green economy. So a daunting set of challenges, but also some very special opportunities here for Bangladesh. So thanks very much, and I invite you now all to proceed to the lunch, and we'll have details from Aman.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Mr. Riazbhai. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Dr. Yunus, as well. We will shortly go for the lunch. I'm sorry, but you have to wait. The door is at the right of me, and I'll let you know when it opens. But for now, this session has ended. After the lunch, we will have the next session on power and progress. So I hope you'll wait till then. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are going to start our next session in 5 minutes. So I request everyone to get seated, be prepared. Yeah, we are going to start really soon. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all back after the lunch. I heard the creme brulee was really good. So, so please take your seat. We will begin the next session. So we can start the next session, which is the IGC Rapid session on strengthening domestic resource mobilization and cost recovery strategies for a self-reliant Bangladesh. I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Atiur Rahman, eminent development economist and former governor of the Bangladesh Bank, Dr. Mohammad Razak, chairman of Rapid, Dr. Mohammad Abu Yusuf, professor of development studies, University of Dhaka, Oliver Harman, Mohammad Iqbal Hussain, member of the NBR, and Dr. Mustafizur Rahman, distinguished fellow of CPD. I would like to request the guests to come up on the stage. And also Dr. Nasiruddin Ahmed, former chairman of the NBR. The eminent development economist and former governor of the Bangladesh Bank, Dr. Atiur Rahman, and it will be followed by a keynote presentation by Dr. Razak, chairman of Rapid. So I will hand this podium back to Dr. Atiur Rahman. Let me invite him. Dr. Atiur, I'm inviting you for moderating this session. Yes. Yes, there are microphones. Yeah. Yes. Yes, certainly.
So welcome you all to this session organized by IGC and Rapid. This session is on strengthening domestic resource mobilization and cost recovery strategies for a self-reliant Bangladesh. I'm sure the keynote presenter will guide you through, but I can just tell you in a couple of words that this is the issue at the moment. You know, if we really want to really sustain the growth process that we have already initiated over the last 1.5 decades, I think we need to be mobilizing more resources from within. Of course, we'll continue to really attract resources from outside, and our development partners, I would say, have been very proactive in supporting our needs, and they are really committing their resources, and I would say fattening the pipeline. You know, more than $50 billion are lying there in the pipeline of the foreign resources. Unfortunately, due to our lack of capability and capacity building, we could not use most of that resources. But despite that, we really need to continue to really work hard to improve our domestic resource mobilization. It's very unfortunate. Bangladesh is, while Bangladesh is one of the role maker in terms of more inclusive development, but we are also an example of how not to mobilize domestic resources. Our tax GDP ratio is one of the lowest, not only in the region, but also in the world, I would say. And our income level has gone up. And even then, we could not attract the kind of resources that we needed most. We still can do it. I'm sure Dr. Razzaq will give us some very prudent decisions that how can I move. Just one word I can say, unless we really mean digitization of the National Board of Revenue in a I would say real sense of the word, this drive for domestic mobilization will still not gather that much of pace. But this is doable. I can tell you from my own example, I had been about 7 years as the governor of the central bank, and I saw how the digitization can really take off with the support from the stakeholders. So I'm sure our colleagues from NBR are taking a lot of efforts, and they will digitize their mind and their institution so that we can enjoy the benefits of robust resource mobilization from within. So with these few words, I will really invite Dr. Razzaq, Chairman RAPID, to give his keynote.
It's great to be here, and I just thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this particular session. And to be honest, we are also grateful for the support provided for doing this study. And this study was completed a few months back. So basically, we focused during the time period between 20 and 21. So kindly keep that in mind when you evaluate the study. But it's a wonderful opportunity to share the study findings with you. This is basically a policy paper where our objective was to work with the senior policymakers and also to build awareness on the need for the particular issue that I'm going to highlight here. But having said that, Honorable Chair and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you one of my anecdotes from my past. I think back in 2001, I was finishing my PhD. So then I sought for some career coaching. So one nugget of wisdom that was shared with me that if it is at all possible, try to avoid making presentation immediately after lunch. That will make your prospects, your career prospects will be doomed if you do that. Now, seeing the career progression, as you can see, and you know what's coming. I'm going to tell you that you must know that I have done a lot of post-lunch presentations, and it is one of those here again. So, but having said that, you see, the issue that I'm going to take you through is a critical one. As our chair has already pointed out, this is perhaps the most important issue that we should be talking about. And there are reasons for that. These days, we're concerned about the macroeconomic challenges that we're seeing, inflation, reserve crisis. Those are kind of grabbing the headlines. But remember in 2021, when we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of our independence, then we highlighted our success as a nation. And a lot of things we discussed. Bangladesh did really, really well in terms of economic progress. A country economic size of $35 billion in the mid-1990s has grown to be a sizable one of $460 billion. Okay. Poverty, look at, I mean, the rate has fallen from close to 60% in the mid-1990s to less than 19% in 2022. And of course, we know the other transitions, the transformation that have taken place. We are set to graduate from the group of least developed countries, but many other social indicators as well. Tons have been written on how Bangladesh has made progress on all these indicators that we don't have to repeat here today. So there is that particular success. But when you look beyond, that particular success, two issues were very critical. And in a way, one of the fundamental contribution in a policy-making way that we did as part of this particular project, we tried to link these two challenges that I'm now going to highlight. So one issue was that rising inequality. And for a country like Bangladesh, we have seen, that is growing pretty fast. So if you think about the number that I have got here, between 1990s, it's the mid-1990s, and 2016, I use 2016 because that is the time, the latest household survey data information available. At the time, the income share of the bottom 40% of the population was 17% back in the mid-1990s. That has come down to 13%, 1-3. If you think about the income share of the bottom 5%, as you can see the big decline, that is just falling very fast. You see, this is the alarming trend that we're seeing. So we have achieved growth, social indicators are pretty good, inequality is rising. So that's one thing that I would like to draw your attention to. We have now got the information for the 2022 National Household Survey. And that particular survey results, we only know bits of pieces of information. That is also telling us that in the last 5 years, between 2016 and 2021, that inequality has also grown as reflected in the Gini coefficients. You are all familiar with this, so I don't need to explain. So one issue is, as a nation, we need to address the inequality thing. So that is something that most policymakers, they were kind of, acknowledging that fact when we are celebrating our 50 years of independence. Now, then the other issue, the striking feature for Bangladesh economy was that the size of public spending that we have, and that number is also quite small, size of public spending. For students, this is the budget, the government budget they place. So if you think about the budget where they propose the spending, the public spending is going to be, and if you take the ratio with regard to GDP, with respect to GDP, that number would be 15%. But of the budget that is placed in the parliament, only 80% of that budget will be spent eventually. And then you do the ratio, it will be 13%. So what the global economies they are spending, at least the developing countries' average is something like 23%. So we as a nation are spending 13% of our GDP as our public spending. And now our economic transformation is taking place. Now there is a need for more demand for public health, education. Where is the money will be coming from? After every budget, we will always criticize the government saying that it is not spending enough on education, not on public health. But the question is, given the current level of public spending that we have, only 13% of GDP, we cannot expend it. The government's fiscal space is already small, and it is shrinking over time as it is borrowing more from domestic sources, but also from international sources. Now, here's the thing. If you compare Bangladesh with all other global economies, and in terms of the government expenditure on education, as you can see here on the vertical axis, we're measuring that. On the horizontal axis, we're showing the per capita GDP of all global economies. Where we are is so simple. I mean, you just need to draw a line to find out how many countries are below us. Sorry, my line drawing is not that great, but you can see. We are one of the lowest educational spending country, when it comes to government spending, you see. Now you start criticizing the government like, but the issue is, where is the money going to come from? So that's education. Think about health. And this is the chart again, the same thing I have done, this time slightly different. What I've got here, I have got low-income countries here, very red dots small. I have got then upper, lower middle-income country, these group of countries. Then we have got upper middle-income countries, the green dots, and eventually the high-income countries. Where Bangladesh is? Even if you compare us with low-income countries, lower middle-income countries, our health spending, public health spending, is, again, one of the lowest in the world, let's say. So on the one hand, we are achieving economic growth. We are happy about certain socioeconomic progress. On the other hand, on basic services, the government is spending too little. So one question is, do you think, isn't that also contributing to the inequality that we have got? Perhaps that's the reason. You see. So one of the things from this particular policy paper that from RAPID we wanted to highlight is this: we can now link these two things. We can connect the dots. And with one policy intervention, we should be able to address both. And that is, if we are going to focus on direct taxation, and given where Bangladesh currently is, direct taxation is not a panacea for everything. But given the current situation in Bangladesh, I'm going to highlight, then perhaps, you see, we should be able to combine these two things. So two challenges that we have got: low public spending. Why? Partly because our tax GDP ratio is also low. Tax effort is also low. And the second thing is, if we are going to generate more direct taxation revenue, then perhaps, we should also be able to address, some of the growing inequality concerns. So basically, that's all, what we have done in this particular paper. The rest of the presentation maybe is not that, useful, because our goal was simply to make policymakers aware. Here is one opportunity, and if you are really serious about domestic resource mobilization, we have an opportunity as well to address inequality. Now, this is what is our tax GDP ratio look like. So basically, tax GDP is something like less than 8%, 7.8, something like that. And then we have got non-tax revenue, which is about another between 1 and 2%. So that's all we have. If you compare Bangladesh again with tax GDP ratio compared to other countries, I don't need to explain. As you can see again, the red dot is just struggling everywhere compared to all other countries. We are one of the lowest, tax GDP ratio we have got in Bangladesh amongst global economies. And as Dr. Atiq Rahman was pointing that out. So that was basically the thing. Now, in the process of doing this study, we started undertaking a lot of advocacy activities, consultations. And I must say that, we saw some positive changes taking place. And we are really, really excited about it. The first thing was done, there was a meeting of NBR, a workshop, and then they came up with a policy decision. And that was, so our current direct tax to indirect tax ratio is something like 35 to 65%. They kind of mentioned in their workshop, their target will be to reverse that and to have a ratio 70-30, 70 from direct taxation and 30 from indirect taxation. But by doing so, they became super ambitious, and we know that is not going to work out. But you see, that policy effort is still on. And in this year's budget, despite all the limitations that we have discussed, we have debated, there was one positive aspect. This time, I think they got the target more reasonable, and here it is. Now they are saying in the budget space, and I think this is a positive development that we must welcome. They are saying that between now and the year 2031, so we have got about 8 years' time, let's push this direct tax GDP ratio from the current level of 35% to 42%, 7 percentage points. I think this is doable. This is much more reasonable than the 70% was target. And then by 2041, our national aspiration was to become an upper high-income country. By that time, that ratio should be 50%. So I think on the policy side, on the policy direction side, we have made some progress. And I think that is a significant progress. At least the numbers look pretty clear. So here is the composition of our revenue. Essentially, the direct tax is about 35%, yet, as I mentioned, 33 to 35%. And then indirect taxes, a lot comes from international trade. When a government tries to raise revenue from international trade through import taxes, so that means the flexibility that a country can have with regard to trade policy, that is no longer there. So suppose if Bangladesh now is going to strike an FTA, for free trade agreements with any of the countries, hands are pretty much tied because the government is relying on imports to earn revenue. So that is not an option for Bangladesh. And we are into that trap because we know our LDC graduation will take place. And we need to do more trade with the rest of the world. And one option could be to get into trade negotiation. No, we can't do it simply because we are relying on international trade taxes for our revenue. Okay. So this is, you see, the way we create problem for ourselves. Now, so what are the benefits of direct taxation? Why from RAPID, we started talking about this particular taxation? There are 4 critical advantages of direct taxation. One is it ensures equity. This is a taxation through which we can ensure both horizontal and vertical equity. People with the same level of income and wealth, they should be taxed similarly, and people with the different level of incomes, they should have a different tax burden. It's simple. The second thing is, with direct taxation, if there is a prominent form of revenue, then essentially public becomes more conscious. They would like to know how the money is being spent. I mean, these days, when not paying enough taxes, we don't have much interest, you say. Like, what's happening. The moment, that's not true, because, we do pay a lot of indirect taxes. But what I'm saying is that direct taxation in that way can create an extra pressure on where the money is being spent and if the money is being spent well. The third benefit is direct taxation can be quite elastic in the sense that as our income grows, wealth grows, the base for taxation should automatically rise. If I'm earning more, then basically the government is also going to get a bit more revenue from my side. That's one issue. And of course, income taxation can be built so that we can deal with inequality. That's the main point that I'm kind of trying to. On the other hand, if we look at the cross-section data that we looked into as part of this study, then we found out actually there is some evidence, as you can see from this scatter plot, that countries that rely more on direct taxation, they tend to have lower inequality measured by Gini coefficient. Okay. So there is also that kind of evidence. In the context of Bangladesh, since we are relying so much on indirect taxes, and particularly from VAT, as part of the study, we try to understand, what kind of taxation VAT is. And we found out that if you consider the taxes paid out of VAT as proportion to income of the particular group, the groups are 1 to 10, with the 10 being the richest group, then we found that it is the poorest group, they tend to pay more VAT in comparison with their income. Is that a system is a good one? No, certainly not. So this is also one of the reasons that we wanted to push for the direct taxation. Now again, I'm going to be brief from now on because we know the direct tax GDP in Bangladesh is 2.6%. We have certain instruments like many other countries. But the here point is, now because of the IMF conditionalities, these days we are discussing a lot on how the tax GDP ratio should be increased in Bangladesh. But even much before the IMF loan package, if you look at our national documents, there were clear-cut ideas, how much revenue the government should be generating. And from this particular chart, as you can see, in our perspective plan, 2021 to 2041, they said that this should rise from 9% to 22% between 2019 and 2041. And for income tax, they also got the ratio from 2.6% to 9.5% by 2041. So those targets and ambitions were already set into our national documents. We didn't need to go to IMF to confirm that we have to increase our tax GDP ratio. But we have not been able to generate that revenue. Partly because the tax net remains low, that's number one. As you hear many stories, and the latest is 8.5 million people, they have got their TIN number, which is the taxpayer's identification number, and only about 1/3 of those people, they submit their tax returns. So that is one challenge. Now, with regard to corporate taxation as well, we have problem. We have, I think, one of the highest corporate tax rates in Bangladesh compared to many other competitor countries as well. In some cases, it is about 40, 45, and 30%. But the actual collection is quite low. there is a database of the joint stock companies. There are something like 2.73 lakh companies are registered, but only few of them do submit tax returns. So the same problem that we have, that low tax effort, and we are struggling to increase the ratio. So I'm going to sort of, before concluding, I'm going to share with you one concrete example, like, where the scope exists. Now, if you consider our latest household income and expenditure survey, 2016, that survey tells us that 40%, close to 40%, 38.2 to be more precise, 38.2% of our national income goes to 10% of the households. Now, let's ask ourselves, if those 10% of households are subject to just about 10% tax rate, then the government should be able to generate 3.8% of GDP as direct tax revenue. On the other hand, if those 10% of households, if they are paying 15%, remember the highest taxes is 25%. If they're just paying 15%, we should be able to generate 5.7% of GDP as income taxation, tax revenue. How much we are currently earning? Only just about 1% of GDP as our income tax revenue. So you see this gap between 2.8% to about 4.7 percentage points. That is the opportunity for us, to collect it and at the same time to address income inequality. Now, there are many reasons, like, why we have not been able to do so. Here are the things I don't want to mention, but quickly, we all know larger scale tax evasion is there. We also know that there's a problem of informal economy. That means, it is so difficult to enforce the taxation system or any other kind of legal mechanism to get money from. In some cases, it's possible that through tax administration, you can also transform the informal sector into formal mechanism. That is also possible. I think that effort will have to be made. And then, of course, people talk about governance issues, lack of automation. I mean, these issues are discussed. I don't want to go one by one, right? So just to conclude, let me then highlight, a few policy recommendations or implications that we highlighted. In the report, you will see a lot of them. I'm just going to a few. So in our report, we said, let's make a roadmap, like, where Bangladesh wants to go in terms of direct taxation and to address inequality. I know now NBR is working on a roadmap regarding, like, how they're going to generate the revenue and the way of doing it. So we should be waiting for that. Then, philosophically, one point we have always tried to make our policymakers understand, the critical one, is that the objective of taxation is not only about generating revenue. It's also about addressing inequality. And let's work on that. If we want to build a society where fairness will be ensured, where low-income people will get good public health and public education and other services. So that is the point we are also trying to make here. Then before COVID, the highest income tax was 30%, and that was brought down to 25%. And in the paper, we argued that let's restore the 30% tax rate. But having said that, raising the rates is one thing, but I think it's more appropriate to cover all the people, all capable people under the tax rate. I think that is also very important. Then the number of registered taxpayers, the same I have already mentioned. In the paper, we have also argued for the fact that Bangladesh, we have achieved economic growth. There have been many, many places, regions that have become growth centers, but they are not yet contributing to the national exchequer. So let's kind of bring those growth centers under the taxation net. Then the government does provide a lot of exemptions from taxes. So one of the recommendations we also had, like, if those exemptions can be eliminated or rationalized, you say. And NBR, the National Board of Revenue, has its own estimate saying that because of those exemptions, they lose about 2 to 4% of GDP equivalent tax revenue. In the report, we highlighted building the capacity of NBR as well. That is also important because they really lack, manpower. We always, bring in a lot of things against them, but to be honest, in my view, and we have also seen, they don't have the adequate manpower to work on the issue. And we have argued that they should also separate the tax policy from tax administration, because if you have the independence of the tax policy people, then they can be a bit more analytical. they can identify the areas where the right kind of interventions can be undertaken. To summarize, I think my purpose will be served if I'm going to ask 3 questions, and the answer to the questions, you all agree with me. The first question is, so we think there is an opportunity to deal with twin problems. The first one is the problem of growing inequality and our low public spending. There is, yes. And that is through increasing the direct taxation. The second question that I would like to ask, can an increased focus on direct taxation be part of an inclusive policy approach? Probably yes. I'm sure you're going to say yes. And the third issue is, has the policy option of increased direct taxation been identified? And I mentioned, yes, the government has recognized. So I think good things are there. Now we need to really work hard to make sure that the revenue from direct taxation is increasing and we are able to address the growing inequality problem. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajak, for an excellent presentation. You have not only identified the challenges, but you have also indicated a lot of opportunities that how we can have our roadmap, how can we really improve our capabilities, implementation capabilities. I'm also happy to see that you are really giving a lot of challenges to our NBR, who has already really moved in to have a more challenging roadmap. So they are now in it. I hope with all our help they can move forward. Now we want to move a bit into another issue which is very critical for our sustainable development. We want to really hear from Oliver Herman on our resource mobilization in the cities. The sustainable cities are really the next target, I would say, for our development. In fact, most of the countries will become mostly urban in a few years' time or a few decades' time. So Bangladesh is also moving in that direction, so we have become more urbanized. But that urbanization should not be ugly urbanization. It should be more sustainable urbanization. And that urbanization really needs a lot of resource mobilizations from within. Unfortunately, our cities, particularly our capital city, has not been really mobilizing that much of resources from the properties, the urban properties. And how to really improve that, I have seen the paper by Oliver. He has brilliant ideas that how other cities are really facing these challenges. So let us hear that how Dhaka can also learn from his experiences. Oliver.
Wonderful. May I remove this? Is that possible? Can I unplug? Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for sticking around after lunch indeed. As indicated, I'm here to talk about the potential of land and property tax in Bangladesh as one of these for strengthening domestic resource mobilization. And I'm quite happy to be following the keynote because I think part of one of my arguments today, I'll add an additional argument that of all the direct taxes, land and property tax is the best of them. Because I think we're going to hear about a number of different tax instruments today, and I think I'm going to try and make that case that this is the one that we should, Bangladesh should be thinking of at least first or initially. And I'm going to, since the keynote so wonderfully touched upon them, I'm going to kind of go through some of the same arguments, but I'll touch upon them very lightly, let's say. So with that, we're away. And yeah, these are the 3 things that hopefully I'm going to talk to you about today. the economic case for land and property tax, then we're going to touch upon the Bangladesh case for land and property tax, and then a little bit about the research case, because I'm from the International Growth Center, and we're very keen on connecting this research to policy angle. So we're going to talk about that a little bit at the end, and how, to paraphrase Jonathan spoke at the beginning about the micro economic changes and reforms to change this macroeconomic indicator. And I think if we're thinking about this tax to GDP ratio that's very low, we need to think about these kind of let 1,000 flowers bloom or let 1,000 microeconomic reforms bloom to change this one indicator at the top. So that's a little bit of the case I'm going to make there, which, yeah, broadly corresponds to why, what, and how. And that's how I think we like to frame all these things. So first of all, the economic case for land and property tax. Yeah, this was indicated upon, right? It's one of the most equitable taxes. This graph shows the property price increases as a result of a new train line in South Africa. And you can see a lot of the cities and these neighborhoods increase in their property price as a result of something that these house owners didn't necessarily do. So there's high equity in doing that. Urbanization, as we discussed, provides these significant economic rents to landowners, but it's not necessarily through their own actions. So we need to think about how the cities can gain from that. And I think we look at the metro rail, or I look at the metro rail now coming about, all that land and property is going to increase in value, and we need to, there's an argument for equity as to why we need to change that. There's efficiency arguments as well. This graph looks at a number of these different asset types over a different time period. This is actually from the Policy Research Institute. And you can see land holdings in Bangladesh, particularly in Dhaka, making significantly higher returns to the people who own them over stocks, over commerce, and over bank fixed deposits. So there's another kind of reason why we need to focus our taxation efforts there. In addition, land taxes, they don't necessarily distort economic activity in the same way that other taxes do. They don't create these bad incentives because you can't fundamentally reduce the supply of land. Property taxes slightly distort economic activity, which is something we potentially want to avoid, but they are shown to be the less harmful to investment in growth and the least distortive tax when you compare them to corporation tax, when you compare them to income tax. So I think that's another reason why we need to consider these types of taxation first, not withholding the kind of potential large size. I think this is an interesting economic case on effectiveness here, which is different when we think about the direct taxation. This chart is a study by an economist, and it looks at the difference between central government transfers to the city versus local taxation. Because people will argue, oh, what matters whether they get $1 from or 1 taka from the central government versus 1 taka from their local taxation. But actually what we find is that the city government spends local taxation differently to when they get grants from central government. And I think this is quite powerful because they typically spend it on public goods like schools, infrastructure in this case. But when this was studied in Brazil, when they got more money from the government, central government, the municipalities they got higher salaries. So there's a big difference there, right? Public goods for your citizens or higher salaries for your staff. And so I think this is something we need to consider why land and property tax. It's a very local tax, spent differently. And my clicker, yes. And it's highly visible as well. We kind of touched upon this at the beginning, right? These sort of direct taxations, excuse me, create higher demands for government activity. Accountability, higher demands for their activity and accountability. And as I said there, it's kind of, they spend these tax revenues in slightly different ways. So I think that's an important consideration here, which makes land and property a little bit different. And of course, it's underexploited. You can see Dhaka North and Dhaka South in the middle there. And you've got kind of property tax collection on the side, doing relatively well, but compared to peers, could be doing potentially better. But of course, doing very well compared to some cities in Pakistan, and this is from research that the IGC undertook with a colleague of mine. So it was also this potentially significant revenue source and arguably insignificantly used in Dhaka. And this graph shows the same thing. You can see Bangladesh in the kind of dark purple, in the IGC purple, which is along the bottom, and this is property income over time since 2001, and you can see there's kind of, typically one of the lower tax revenues of all countries. And you can see, interestingly, Vietnam here, after some reforms undertaken in about 2011, huge increases in this property income. So this is kind of quite a powerful taxation mechanism, and reform is possible. So that is my economic case. Now to touch upon the Bangladesh case, and I don't want to spend too much time. So if my They did it for me. There we are. We clicked on the wrong one, but it's okay. Those are supposed to be interactive slides, but I don't think they're going to necessarily work on this screen. So what I have done here is I've taken, there's this indicator called like a regional authority indicator, and it looks at the amount of authority that cities, municipalities have based on their laws and their legislation. So how much power is central government given them? And you can see the three countries there. You've got Bangladesh on the right, India, and Pakistan. And Bangladesh's cities broadly have the highest authority compared to their neighbors. You can see all of them have this kind of quite high self-rule, meaning they have policy depth, they have legislative kind of power compared to India and compared to Pakistan. But when we look specifically at the fiscal autonomy and fiscal control of the cities, they're actually at the lowest. So there's this huge mismatch with respect to how much authority they have generally versus how much fiscal authority they have. And of course this causes constraint in the delivery of public goods, which I think we all argue is one of the kind of key necessary aspects of government, but they are unable to do so because they have the power, but not necessarily the fiscal power. And I'll just show you the two slides there, so you can see kind of Bangladesh at the top, and then you can see the struggles with those fiscal struggles relatively. Now, of course, this is recognized in policy planning, so you don't need necessarily me to come up and say that, but I think it's useful to build that empirical case. It's in the 8th five-year plan. There's this discussion on introducing a modern property tax system, and it notes this kind of need for fiscal decentralization and more policy orientation towards cost recovery. And it's also recognized in the Smart Bangladesh Vision 2041, where it describes at the heart of this journey lies a simple yet powerful idea that creating shared prosperity isn't possible unless administrative, financial, and political power is decentralized at the grassroots level. And part of that fiscal power, decentralized, is to land and property tax. So we're on the third of my brief arguments, and I think we're doing okay for time. So this next slide is going to indicate some of the reform challenges from the policymaker discussions that we had with IGC on some of the struggles for Bangladesh. And then what I'm going to talk about and what we're going to have the option to do is to see how some of these research has pulled at some of these micro levers to increase the tax to GDP ratio in other settings. And I think hopefully you'll find it interesting, because I think it's important to understand what we can actually do, what we can actually change. So through discussions, there was kind of this indication about this lack of service provision and tax. People aren't necessarily feeling they got the services that they were being taxed for, so they were unwilling to pay. So I think that was one big issue. Another big issue was the coverage. We see only about 270,000 properties are on the tax roll in the two Dhaka city corporations, despite a combined population of 9 million. So there's an issue with coverage there. There's an issue with valuation. From what I understand, many of these valuations haven't changed for 25 years across the country. So some of the rates upon which they are being based are very low. And there's an issue on collection as well. So of the modest tax revenue that should be raised, only about 60% is collected in practice. So we're kind of getting a very small slice of a smaller pie, in a way. Now, there's an option here for the audience or the panel. Do you want to particularly engage with one of those subjects? Or please, which one of those do you feel is most important, or you'd like to hear a little bit more on? Okay, I'll just continue through, and unless anyone in the audience wants to hear coverage, valuation, or collection, but if not, I can indicate. I'll just go through. Sorry? Valuation. Okay, let's go. If postmasters could click on valuation, we should go through. No, let's. Okay, there we are. Let's try that. Okay, we're on. So, in fact, I thought I was going to have a laptop, so I'll just use my clicker. But thank you. Okay, so it's not this one, but valuation. Here we are. So this is some of the work that we did in Rwanda, where we used machine learning and remote sensing to value property. So Rwanda in Kigali were suffering from similar difficulties, and they wanted to also understand how to revalue their property. And we used satellite-based imagery to understand the building size and understand certain characteristics of both the properties and the land around them to value property. So it's the building, the infrastructure, and the amenities. And we can tell all this from space now, and I think this is quite a wonderful study, because it found not only is it the property that matters, its roofing type, its size, its height and things, but actually a lot of these locational variables, such as the proximity to a road or the proximity to a bus stop, they were actually more important with respect to the value of that land and property than well, perhaps the property itself. They had a kind of a higher effect on its value. And it highlights, again, this importance between the interplay between urban connectivity and property prices, and the need to have some of these land-based valuations. I will go through the last one, collection. I think this is another aspect where we did there's some interesting, as I said, micro reforms, and this was looking at increasing property tax compliance in Liberia, the evidence and role for detection and enforcement. Similarly, Liberia suffered from low collection rates, with only about 5 or 10% of the properties registered on the tax roll. So what we did is we trialed a number of different interventions across the city of Monrovia to manipulate kindly the property owners' perceptions of detection. And one of the ways in which we do that is we'd send certain letters to property owners with certain characteristics of their property on to see if there was a change in response to tax compliance. And what we found was that, you know, if you provide a name of the property owner and a photograph of the property, as well as information on penalties, you would get a triple the tax registration and payment compared to just a plain letter and compared to just nothing. So I think this is like a fascinating way in which we can pull at certain levers to make very tiny incremental changes in that overall tax to GDP ratio. So I'm going to finish there because I wanted to be brief. With kind of an indication if people are interested, we have a little resource at hand on mapping municipal finance reform in developing countries, where both the two micro reforms that we had there, as well as a lot of the other IGC studies we've done, are indicated. And I'd have a look because it can provide a little bit of inspiration as to where we can look at in these studies. And of course, feel free to reach out to my more competent colleagues who you've seen throughout to understand some of these more ways in which we can leverage land and property tax for both Dhaka and Bangladesh's kind of development and resurgence as well as resilience, let's say. I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Oliver, it was very good presentation. I wonder if the property rights have some relationship with the whole thing. Many of the cities like ours, and developing countries don't have strong, property rights, and people don't really want to, reveal their valuation. Maybe that could be, you can think about it. And may I now request Dr. Mustafizur Rahman, Distinguished Fellow, CPD, because he has something else. Continue, Mustafiz.
Thank you, Atir Bhai. Dr. Atir was a senior to me in my college. He was my college captain, so I don't dare to, disobey him. So what is the time, Atir Bhai? How much time do I have? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, IGC and organizers, for inviting me. And thank you, Dr. Razak and Oliver, for those very stimulating presentations. Dr. Razak mentioned that he was afraid that after lunch sessions, people can get into slumbers. When I was at his age, and I faced the same problem, but both of them, they have kept us awake. But when I did that, some people in the audience, even in the panel, they fell asleep. And I complained to the chair, and the chair said, you have put them to sleep, you wake them up. But I saw that both the presentations were very stimulating, and we really enjoyed. I will focus on Dr. Razak's presentation more, and maybe 1 or 2 points on Oliver's. I think the point that Dr. Razak made about inequality and direct taxation is very, I think, pertinent for Bangladesh. If we look at Vision 2041 of this government, it says economically developed, socially inclusive, and environmentally friendly Bangladesh by 2041. What does economically, socially inclusive means? So growing inequality has become a major problem in Bangladesh, and I think that one of the very reasons of that is the state of direct taxation that we have. Overall, the state of taxation in Bangladesh. I was a member of the 7th five-year plan. And at that time, our target was to raise our tax GDP ratio from 9% to 14% by 2020. And when 2020 came, it came down from 9% to 7.8%. So that was, the difference, what the planners thought and what the reality on the ground is. So I think that it is just not a point of economics, it's also a point of political economy. Whether our political masters have that political will to really take it up. We often know, also here, and Dr. Razak mentioned, that we have a lot of tax exemptions. So if we add that up, then tax revenue GDP ratio would have gone up to 15%, 16%. But where in those countries where tax exemptions were given, the purpose was that you get tax exemption for some time, it will help employment generation, it will help profit making, and then it will generate taxes, company taxes and direct taxes, and tax GDP ratio goes up. And that's what you see in many other countries. But in Bangladesh, you have tax exemptions, but you don't realize it in the form of direct taxation in the subsequent period. Even it comes down. So why does it happen? That is the issue. So if the tax GDP ratio is about, say, 9%, and your fiscal deficit financing is another 5%, so obviously that expenditure will be 14 or 15% of the GDP. You see, if you want to take your public expenditure to 20%, then you will have to increase your revenue tax ratio. And what is happening in Bangladesh and in the context of inequality is that because we are not being able to raise our taxes and also direct taxes, we are having to depend on borrowings, domestic or foreign. And if you look at our revenue budget versus the development budget, almost all the revenue budget is being spent for the recurrent expenditure. And 100% of the annual development program is financed by borrowings from domestic sources, from foreign sources, from banking sources, from central bank borrowings. So with that structure, where the revenue expenditure, the revenue expenditure 80% is on salaries, subsidies, and debt servicing. I'm afraid that although till now our debt servicing record is good, many countries all over the world, they have fallen, after graduating to a middle income status, they have fallen into the middle income trap. And one of the reasons for middle income trap is the debt trap. And that's, we want to avoid. So inequality, which was mentioned, one of the major reasons is that the philosophy of budget is that you tax the rich and then you distribute it to the needy in terms of social security, health insurance, universal pension scheme, etc., etc. That's not happening because the money is not there. Oliver mentioned about property tax. In Bangladesh, 20 million people, they pay holding taxes. 20 million. Because you want to protect your property by taxing, by giving the tax. But only 2.2 million people pay the direct taxes. In fact, income, the direct and indirect taxes, TIN, the tax identification numbers, only 2.2. So holding taxpayers is 20 million. So obviously there is a lot of opportunity in terms of bringing people under taxation. And secondly, where are the new areas? As Dr. Razak rightly mentioned, during the pandemic, we reduced our highest tax from 30% to 25%. After the pandemic, why do you keep it at 25%? Why don't you take it back to 30%? There is a political economy was in there. This budget, 23-24 budget.
If you look at, we don't have property tax, we don't have inheritance tax, we don't have, wealth tax. We have a wealth surcharge. And that wealth surcharge was also, the limit was raised from 3 crore to 4 crore taka. Why? You see? So I think whether we have that political will in order to tax the rich and take the 35% to 42% or 70% is, I don't know, is too ambitious, I think aspirational. But at least as Dr. Razak mentioned, at least to 42%, 45%, that we can do. For example, where are the new sources? Another new source is that the digital economy is expanding in Bangladesh. We have provided income tax exemption for 28 digitally enabled services. Back in 2011, it started. Why don't you have a sunset clause that we provide for 10 years and then you start to pay? We don't have any sunset clause. And these ITS and IT-enabled service taxation was supposed to end in 23-24. And I didn't see anything in the budget that was given on June 1st that they have any plan in terms of phasing out this. So you see, where are the priorities? The multinational companies, they have agents in Bangladesh who pay VAT, so that is one progress, obviously, but they don't have TIN numbers. And since they don't have TIN numbers, they don't pay income tax in Bangladesh. They pay taxes wherever their headquarters are and the tax havens are. So in budget 21-22, in fact 22-23, there was a plan that these multinational companies, huge money, thousands of crores of taka in terms of income tax, if they would have paid in Bangladesh, it was said that they will be brought here. They will have to open their offices here and get TIN numbers and pay income tax here. Google, Amazon, and everything. Lot of money. Facebook. I don't see anything on that in this budget. So, I think there are opportunities, but whether there are political, will. If I look at the tax exemption and tax expenditure, in this budget, it's good that there was an estimate of tax expenditure, meaning where are the tax exemptions which are given. Very good. But where are the details? We don't see the details where the exemption. Dr. Razak mentioned about reviewing the tax exemption policies and then identifying areas where we should continue and where there should be sunset clause and where we should have guillotine. We don't see that. If you look at India, in 2004, tax expenditure, meaning all the exemptions in taxes, used to be 5.7%. Now it is only 1.6%. Only 1.6%. But they have generated the income because they have given them those subsidies and exemptions, etc., etc. And now Indian, you have seen from Dr. Razak's table, the public expenditure in India is almost, 2/3 more than Bangladesh. So this is also something that I think is very important to consider. In Bangladesh, there are attempts for digitization, and the chair rightly mentioned about digital. One is digital taxing, taxing the digital economy. The other is digitization of the NBR itself. And we have seen several attempts. But we see that these attempts are very much half-hearted. We have tried with a Vietnamese company for digitizing, and then it has gone back. And now we have a lot of problems. So why is so much half-heartedness? in terms of strengthening the NBR. There was a period, I think 5 to 6 years, when there was no recruitment in the NBR because of a court order someone has submitted. Wasn't the government powerful enough to get that trashed and so that NBR could recruit people? Because NBR needs human resources, modern human resources, equipped human resources, skilled manpower, human resources. So I think that I will go back to my first point, that it's economics, it's also political economy. The last point that I would like to mention relates to what an experience from India. In India, there is this Aadhaar. The Aadhaar includes all the national identification number, and any expenditure that you make beyond certain point, it is reported there. So you will fly first class in the plane, and you will buy Mercedes-Benz, and then when you are submitting your tax, you'll say that I don't have anything. Rather, the government should give me subsidy, And we have seen it. When you see the parliamentary elections or municipal elections, they have to submit, the candidates have to submit their wealth. And you look at some billionaire people, and when they submit their wealth taxes and their income tax reports, you'd see that, well, I need to support this guy. He's so poor, So those type of things cannot happen if you have an Aadhaar, and we now have national identification numbers and everything. So one can really do that. And the NBR will have the access to the expenditure things, and then when the tax is submitted, returns are submitted, they can compare. I will give you one example, and I will stop, Mr. Chair, which is that if one wants to do good, then it can be done. One is that the chairman who is sitting here, when he was the chairman, the transfer pricing cell was set up in NBR, and the money, the multinational companies, taking money out of the country and sometimes showing very low profit because of their highly priced imports from their subsidiaries, etc., etc. I don't go into details, but I heard that they don't have access to real-time data, forensic investigation capacity, just because of 1 crore taka in order to access real-time data, because you will have to know what is the price. If someone is over-invoicing, then you can show that this is the data. Why are you showing this? You want to take money out of the country through over-invoicing. So you see, priority. The last point, I will end on a positive note, which is that, for example, Razak mentioned about the joint stock company, register of joint stock companies. We have more than 100,000 stock companies, but only 25 to 30,000 are reporting their income taxes, submitting their returns. Others were not. So what the NBR did, they set up a commission, and they just, made the RGS, the register, joint register company has their own, online system, and the NBR obviously has online system. They just made it interoperable. So whenever some company registers in the register of joint stock company, their name comes to the NBR automatically. And that's the way that they also got them under the tax net, and also the returns and the income from the companies also went up through that. So these are the ways in which, as the chair mentioned, how do we digitize the NBR and raise its strength in order to broaden the tax net. And the last point, what you have mentioned, Oliver, is the local capacity to raise taxes. And that will bring us to the issue of strengthening of local administration, the local governments. And that is also a political issue. Are we willing to strengthen the local governments? That is a big issue in Bangladesh. And I have seen that although our politicians have, conflicting opinion on everything, there is one issue in Bangladesh where they have a consensus. Keep the local governments weak, because then the powers of the members of parliaments will be weakened if the local government representatives become strong. So that is not the way to, mobilize resources from local.
What about bureaucracy? They too also want local bureaucracy, the administration.
The bureaucrats.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do they want strong local?
Well, I think that if the political masters give the real signals, the bureaucrats will fall in line. I have that belief. So I don't see the problem in the bureaucracy. Yes, the bureaucracy obviously has its own interest. But if the political signal is there, and the issue of local government strengthening is a grassroots issue. From Center for Policy Dialogue, we go all over the country. I think this is one issue where there is a real demand from the grassroots that strengthen the local governments.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you, Mustafiz. Thank you for your, prudent intervention. Now we will have Mohammad Iqbal Hussain, member NVIA. You can either stand there or. Can I take the mic though? Yeah. You can go there. Please, Iqbal Hussain from NBIA. Also, I want to take the privilege of welcoming Dr. Yusuf as a panelist, and he is a co-author with Dr. Raja. Yusuf.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, distinguished guests, and learned researcher, and respected audience, good afternoon. I feel really honored to be here with such towering personalities, as you all know all. As far as direct taxation is concerned, I will focus only on direct taxation, the article presented by Dr. Rajak. I went through the policy brief, and it is very well crafted, and the recommendations, major recommendations as mentioned in this policy brief, we NBR people are well aware of these problems or these tasks, recommendations. And I am very happy to see that our stakeholders, research organizations are gradually engaged with the effort of direct taxation. It is very encouraging for us also, because only NBR cannot design a very good tax policy. At the same time, a well-designed tax policy is of no use if it is not implemented, and implementation is a very challenging job for us. What are these problems? One of the big problems is compliance issue. There are so many reasons behind that. But one reason to Dr. Atiyar and Dr. Mustafiz, they mentioned the answer to this problem is digitization. I agree with this comment. And you all know that NBR is trying to make a digitized NBR. Under the leadership of our President Chairman, we are working on it. Yes, we have long way to go. We know that. I am going to point out some other issues from a different corner. Policy making and implementation, when we make policy, we have to think about our economic reality. For example, given our economic reality, we have to take our foreign remittance under the behind the ambit of taxation, beyond the ambit of taxation. So this is our economic reality. And when I joined in the service, I saw that various types of exemption and tax holiday, but gradually these are reducing. We are working on it. I am in charge of tax exemption and relief. So we always try to evaluate our all the measures, whether these are produces our desired result or not. And basing on that result, we take further action. IT-enabled service, as mentioned, that it is exempted 2024 up to 2024, and of course NBR will evaluate whether it will be continued or not. So after evaluating these measures, then NBR will enhance the duration or it will reduce the duration. Of course, NBR will take decision. When we design tax policy, we have to consider so many things: political pressure, grip, our various types of interest and business communities. They present their conflicting demand before us, and then tax policy. We design tax policy. I am not involved with the tax policy at the moment, but this oil thought paper I will definitely hand over to our policy desk so that they can take the next decision by considering this oil crafted policy brief. Taxation. We know tax is a very important. Taxation is a very important tool for fiscal policy. So fiscal policy, and when mobilization, revenue mobilization on the one hand, and our reducing inequality is on the other. But there is another consideration we have to think when we design our tax policy, our economic priority. Our economic priority, sometimes some sectors are beyond the taxation. We just gave them exemption. This is for our economic reality. Ready-made garments was once enjoyed tax holiday, but they are not getting that type of tax holiday this time. So it is based on our economic reality, economic policy. We design our tax policy. Yes, we have so many problems. Our manpower, huge manpower shortage. There are at the same time, our former chairman is present here. He know very well about the constraint of the NBR. And we hope we are progressing. We are progressing very promptly. Promptly, we take decision now. Now, direct tax contribution of direct taxation is 35%, as mentioned Dr. Rajak. But when we started our journey only from below 10%, that was figure. So this is gradually improving. Situation is improving, and I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Yusuf. Actually, he repeatedly connected to me just to present here, and I thanks to all again for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Iqbal. Thank you for your, I would say, pragmatic discussions. You need to be bit more aspiring. I hope the NBR will be leading us to a new height of mobilization of the domestic resources in the coming years. Now we really want to go back to Dr. Nasiruddin Ahmed, former chairman NBR. He's not only NBR chair, but he is also an important researcher. He has been investigating on the tax issues for quite some time, and we hope to hear from him on the contemporary issues as well.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. So thank you, honorable moderator and colleagues. I'm very delighted to see that I'm here, and IGC, Jonathan Leaf and others are very delighted. I used to participate in IGC program from the very beginning in many times. It was a growth week in London. And they have got very commendable work. Yeah, I also try to contribute. And the focus is basically, which is very important, because I worked for the government for about 37 years. So, how to strengthen research policy linkage? This is very important. But unfortunately, I worked for the longest term at the NBR and also at the Anti-Corruption Commission, but unfortunately I could not make many things effective or workable, implementable. So taxation, at the outset I'd like to congratulate Dr. Rajak and Oliver for their excellent presentations. But it's the most important issue, but again the most difficult issue. Why it is difficult? Because what I am telling is based on my, I've got some research background, my degree and other, but basically since I worked at the NBR for a long time, so I know what happened. So basically, taxation is mostly, it's a political phenomenon. We have to first understand, because there are so many conflicts of interest. Yeah, I used to had to report to the Parliament Standing Committee of Finance. So there are 10 members. Out of them, 7 are very big business persons, including the chair, and who is now the finance minister. So you understand, and they've got big businesses. So if you look at the 350 members of the parliament, including the ministers, almost all, if not all, they have got not only very big business houses. So how to mobilize revenue? Very difficult. So from my long experience, I saw that there is a political settlement issue. I should say unholy alliance among, my colleague, NBR colleague, among some colleagues of NBR, some political people, yeah, and business people. And basically, to keep their interest. Whether government gets money or not, that's secondary. Primary is their own interest. So if that happens, because this is based on my own experience, I give you the example, classic example of the value-added tax and supplementary VAT Act 2000, originally it was 2012, and subsequently it was amended in 2019. What happened during these 7 years? I worked hard along with my colleagues, with the members of the civil society, with the business people, day and night. And we came up with a very good, I should say, drafted act, and which was passed by the parliament in December 2012. But 7 years it did not see the light. It was not implemented. In the meantime, I retired. So that was the problem. So, so 7 years it was delayed. There was only one rate. now they converted into 7 or 8, I think 8 rates. And with a little exemption, very little, with no little tax expenditure, only very important cases. But there are a lot of tax exemption. So what happened? The 2012 Act, amended in 2019, that came back the same as 1991 VAT Act. So that is the case. So if that is the case, so how you get the revenue? Tobacco taxation. That NBR gets the highest taxation from the cigarette taxes, 30,000 crore taka on average. Yeah, about 10% of total NBR revenue. But you see, it is distorted. The companies determine, the big companies, they influence that, and NBR takes that. So basically, this issue is very important. So the question, as the former chairman, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, because the question is that whether NBR has got the autonomy or they draft the finance bill, everything, but whether they have got very important say in this important decision making. So if we look, to answer this question, if you look at the President's Order 76 of 1972, by which NBR was created, what we see, lot of changes in that. Because who will be the chairman, who will be the leader? That is very important. Now, leadership is very important. So, but we saw during the last many years, not the right background, right motivation, they are posted as the chairman. So what is happening? They do not hardly understand things. They have got little motivation, all this. So, and so that was the problem. But there are a lot of good people inside the NBR. And original idea was that the members, from the members of the National Board of Revenue, one will be selected as the chairman. But that was changed. So we have to, the tax administration is very important. And let us look at how the NBR is structured. You see, the offices are structured by functions, not functions, by territory.